Darn it. I'm late. Hello. Sorry for being late. Welcome, everyone. Hey there, Davio. Okay. Well, before starting Umineko, pause champ. Congrats on facing the room yesterday. Oh? Are you talking about Bloody Hell? Oh, thank you. Hey, no worries, man. If you... I am happy that you are getting your rest. It's not good to neglect sleep. Yeah, Bloody Hell. Thank you, thank you. It was a little crazy, but I think it had a good difficulty level. Okay. Screen that. Who the last boss was what it was. Yeah. They had an interesting twist on that though. It was interesting. Just the background lore, that is. Let's see, game capture. How's the other game? Knight vs. Giant? It seemed pretty good. I mean, it felt good to play. It was funny. I still remember the quote. I need to like go back and clip that part. But in the very beginning there was something about Arthur talking to Merlin. He's like, Merlin, why is the rock not friendly? I just love that out of context. Yeah, I'll have to go back and clip that part. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Felt pretty good to play, good music, good art. I didn't... Well, there might have been like one or two small bugs, but barely noticeable. Sort of reminds me of a little bit of Hades, with the statues being the knights instead of different gods, and they give you buffs according to their playstyle or whatever. And oh yeah, there's some like permanent upgrades, but they're very small, so I don't know how that's gonna work. They feel too small to be noticeable, but maybe it gets better later on. I don't know, because I mean, after all, that was a demo. The full game isn't out yet. Supposed to come out sometime this year. Might give it a go at Bloody Hell yourself. Nice, nice. Because you didn't see the twist to the last half of the game. I think there was something that I missed. Some kind of, like, ritual or something. I don't know if that itself was a secret, but I didn't get all the achievements, and one of them was some kind of ritual or something. I won't say too much so that it doesn't spoil you. Alright, but with Knight vs. Giant, actually there's not much more to say there. Good game. Yeah. Keep an eye on it if you're interested in roguelites. I don't know if it's relevant or not. They're going to give away a new 00 and a 000 on limits next month. On for 28 of 35 days. Huh. Interesting. I am a tiny bit tempted, but I don't know. I think I'm not just gonna pick it up or pick it back up for that. I don't know. I still have it installed. There's part of me that doesn't entirely want to give it up, but I think it's better for my sanity. Want to mention, make sure. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Okay. So, tea parties. Code 4 tea party. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rakanjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Last time Beatrice wanted to die. That's right, yeah. Beatrice... Well, she wanted to give up. She didn't necessarily want to die. Something about she knew that she couldn't win. I don't know why that is, but... Yeah, so she tried to give up, or well, make Battler disappear so that she wouldn't have to play the game anymore. And then they forced her to come back, and she's like, yeah, but I can't win. I hate this. Oh, the red text. Red text. No, I forgot about that. That's right. Oh, yeah, that is right. There's something about let me die. And a whole bunch of other stuff that I couldn't make out. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I guess we'll just let that be part of the mystery. How are they going to do a tea party after this? The second day, October 5th, 1986. Well, that makes two of us. Hey there, Kento. Seems like a perfect starting point. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain in a way even I can understand. So 23 hours and 50 minutes passed. That's right, because that all... Maybe it's because it all took place on the first day, but it needs to end on the second? Or the end of the second day? For some reason? Please someone explain in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? Did I mess up already? I am in a constant state of mess up. I was in the kitchen of the mansion, grabbing some food without permission. You open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be 24 o'clock. October 5th, the second day, would end. The insane October 4th, yesterday, seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, and no letters came. No person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. Hope you can do this. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Battler, what do you think? Are you trying to say... excuse me. A cough there. Are you trying to say, thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later, or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George Aniki and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you were near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. Searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it, stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. First, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. Found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goto-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. Oh. Yep. Death. Genji, corpse found in the dining hall. Half of his head was destroyed. Probably murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. However, the witnesses don't believe he was killed with a gun. Rosa, about the same. Rudolph, same. Ava, same. Hideyoshi, same. George, killed by Gop, and Natsuhi about same as the rest of them. Magical girl arrow, yeah. Let the abnormalities loose. It was the remains of Aunt Natsuhi and the others who'd become the first victims. Half of each head had completely split open. It was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. On top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. What does that even mean? It means they did. They really did. No doctor, but I think these people might be dead. Dead and they them. Yeah, they ain't moving no more. And in addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Oh? Why Maria? Corpse found in the dining hall, Battler wasn't able to make out any wounds in particular, so he assumed that she was killed by some kind of poison. The most peaceful form of invitation to the Golden Land. Huh. I mean, Kinzo didn't find fault with Maria. In fact, I think he said she passed? I mean, Beatrice might have killed her afterwards, or maybe it has something to do with Ange forcing her out of Beatrice's world? I don't know. He lay next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. I don't think at this point Kinzo's opinion would matter. Well, yeah, I mean, the point there being that I don't think Kinzo would have killed her. So it had to be somebody else. Cried at the death of an innocent young girl. At the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion, swinging the hat-stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious, sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways. But in the end, not even a kitten. Why would there be a cat? Unless that was like a jab at Bernkastel. Then morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one. I'd tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest. And even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning were really pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds, and didn't understand how she'd been killed. By her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. Probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something, and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? Yes, that is a good point. I mean, even if the person themselves put their hands on their chest before dying, they might have convulsed or something. So their hands wouldn't still be laying on top of them. That is strange. Beatrice might have done it. Yeah. Did always treat Maria well, allegedly. All the people you've killed definitely didn't convulse after, so take that as you will. Hello, 911? Yes, I'd like to report a suspicious person. Concern. As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. You don't say. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden there. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location, so at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Oh, by the way, I do want to... I do want to turn up the music, because I think it's been... Okay, I mean, maybe not that loud. There, that should be better, maybe. No, I've had that at that same level for a long time, but I don't know. I was watching one of my VODs the other day, and I thought the background game sound was a little quiet. Maybe I should change how I set the volume levels on games and whatnot. Higarashi's like barely mentioned, but it's a fully different story. Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say, I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. Because it's Kinzo. Yeah. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claimed that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Aniki. I discovered George Aniki when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden, and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked, but that wasn't a problem at all, since I had a master key. Inside the room, horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I'd built up a bit of an immunity. Why is there a blood stain on the wall above the desk? That's interesting. Yeah, it's next to the phone. The phone's hanging off there, yeah. Now, when she called, like, it was supposed to be because of her wounds, or well, not really wounds, they were I don't know. Was her body in one piece? I don't know. Anyway, she had died and then was brought back to life, supposedly, allegedly. And then, right. She could only be revived for like 3 minutes or something like that. So she called Battler and then the 3 minutes ran out and she died, supposedly. But if that was the case, it would be strange to have such a concentrated blood spat on the wall there. Well, I mean, well, I thought Ronve said something about he would revert to her previous state or whatever. Yes, her body was in one piece like an anime crossover. I see what you did there. Maybe all of the murders were somebody that had a gum fruit, or what are the fruits called? Just devil fruits. Yeah, gum was loopies, loofies. Boo. But I don't think there was like a gunshot or anything when she was talking to Battler, which, I mean, gun would make the most sense for something like that, I feel. I'm not experienced. I just think that's correct. I'm totally not suspicious. Yeah, originally she got her head pulverized by an axe kick, something from orange. Yeah. That would make her head explode. And then that would just be... Like, if that was the case, there would be red everywhere. But it's just in that sort of circular area. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. Ah, yes. She was leaning against the wall. I see. Ever played Papers, Please? I have not played Papers, Please. I've seen a little bit of it. Doesn't really seem like my kind of game. Also, it's depressing. But it is, yeah, I would agree that it's a good game. And your fixation the last couple of days? Okay. Unintentionally funny a lot? It's true. Well, yeah, I guess they do have some sort of funny stuff when, like, people's information doesn't match. You get some interesting combos there. Or if people just act stupid. I mean, it is randomized every time, right? Or maybe it just splits so much? I don't know. Not sure how it works. But yeah, this could just be the CG. Like I said, we don't see Jessica leaning on the wall. She's on the floor here. Half her head was destroyed, probably a gun. She was smashed by her own attack due to George's counteroffensive specialized barrier. Oh, yeah, I guess that's sort of makes sense in the context. Sure, a narrator. Story mode with 20 different endings and an endless mode. Yeah, yeah. I didn't know there were different endings, but I didn't know there were 20. That's quite a lot. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." Probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of her phone call, or of the phone call. Yeah, but if half her head is missing, well, I guess they could do that to cover up, but well, if you had a head wound, I don't know if that logic would really stand. Probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. The only wound is on her head. And I don't think she could make a phone call like that. Been listening to a podcast called My Perfect Console, where people are interviewed about their 5 favorite games of all time, and one listed that game. Forgotten about it, so you're playing it now? Nice, nice. That's right. And she had also said this.
バトラが来た時には私は頭を半分ぶちまけた死体だよ。
Oh. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Yeah, she did say that she would be half her head split open. I mean, maybe it's possible for her to survive a hit like that. There have been some pretty crazy cases in real life of people missing part of their head and not dying till a little while later. But that would be extremely rare. I don't know. Would she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death, and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she'd talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. She had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? And that both of them were made to the same part of the body? I mean, that could be. Like, I guess you could say that like she received a pretty heavy head wound, and maybe she knew that the culprit had a master key, and so she wouldn't be safe, and she couldn't run away. But still, it's odd that she said about having her head smashed in. I mean, what if the culprit decided to do something else? I don't know. Unless the culprit told her that, hey, I'm gonna smash your head in. Anyway, it's still sort of weird. Something's off. In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again. Something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then, the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Then, the culprit realized they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seems to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. Yeah. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this.
庄司兄さんダメだった。ありゃ即死だ。
They said it almost as though she'd witnessed George Aniki being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Aniki had been summoned, it was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki. So she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kyrie-san's corpse as well. Found in a guest room, single hole in the center of her forehead, probably a gun. A demon stake was buried in the hole in her forehead, but it's hard to imagine that this was the cause of death. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to tease her. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Now, Kyrie is the only one with a demon stake in her at the moment. Yeah, none of the other ones had demon stake. So either everybody but Kinzo would have to have a demon stake in them. I assume not Kinzo because he was burnt to a crisp. Or something's different with the ritual. Well, maybe... I guess we're not quite at the very end of the second day yet, so... we don't know if Beatrice revived or not yet. Her 5 stake is on episode 3 as well. There were? Oh, that's true. I mean, they killed 2 of the stakes. Yeah. Need the 4th Twilight Death Stake. Oh, I can't check the epitaph. Huh. I'm gonna check that again. But I mean, I thought they made use of all the stakes in the epitaph. Kyrie's corpse was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the 1st floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. No, just 5? Alright. Kyrie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kyrie-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she was killed was very different from Jessica. Also used stakes on the 2nd Twilight deaths on episode 1 and 2. Yeah. Thing it needed on the epitaph? Guess I just assumed. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. Why would you do that? Why? Just why? Oh, lovely. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. Yeah, also that. But just why would you do it in the first place? Ah, that's nasty. So a little too late, I set it down by Kyrie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. One of those. The style of killing from the 4th Twilight onwards in the Witch's Epitaph. Thank you for the follow, Hidoshura77. And hello, welcome. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. Patchy Gaming, oh yeah. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. He was probably killed with a gun or something, like Georgianiki, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kyrie-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kyrie-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kyrie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But a golden thread attacked her. Through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kyrie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated from the outside and attacked. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, how have they been shooting through keyholes? Doesn't make sense. I mean, like you said, if you could see through the other side, that would make sense, sort of. Like, it would make the bare minimum of sense. Chester Sisters are OP. Yeah. But there's no opening. There's one opening, but there's no other opening for it to go through. I would think even the Chester Sisters need an opening. A cylinder lock. And a keyhole? But despite that, Kyrie-san definitely said something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her, and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kyrie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. It wasn't just Kyrie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. Now, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons, is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feelings of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted with each other. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now was pretty difficult. Now the Cynic and Battler is back. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Krause with his head half smashed. Wait. His corpse was found in a guest room. Translator, please. Or whoever wrote this, please. He just said he found it next to the back door. And here it says his corpse was found in a guest room, deep within the mansion. Probably a gun. Demon stake was buried into the damaged area. No one can escape from the Chester's golden arrows. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuadorian, he somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage. He had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design, like the one that had been buried into Kirie-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the six in the dining hall, and after death, had been jabbed with a stake like Kirie-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kirie-san spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus, too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will? That can also attack people? No way. I've never heard anything like that. Now you have. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Oh my. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. What? Devil's proof again? I mean, either accept that the mysterious weapon exists, or that this was a murder committed with magic. There's no option for none of the above. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Ah, flashbang. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan's corpses. Corpse found behind the mansion, about half head destroyed, probably a gun. Demon stake had fallen near the body. Okay. Interesting. Cannon. Corpse found behind the mansion, half head destroyed. Probably a gun. Demon stake had fallen near the body. The witnesses at least realized that the stake wasn't what killed her. Okay. Also, yeah, they're getting sloppier with the demon stakes. So we're not just using less of the demon stakes, they're also not going to the specified places. Like, all of the wounds had been head wounds. But what about, like, gouge the knee and kill, gouge the stomach and kill, or whatever? We're just ignoring that now? We had 2 in the head. And then these 2 are just lying next to them. Bleh. Still have the great cover there. Both corpses had their heads smashed. And though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then, there was the well. Well, well, well. What do we have here? I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion, Ruidorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Ruidorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. Escaped? Why would they need to escape? There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It was the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Ruidorian. Through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion.
なんだこりゃ。ちくしょう。
You see, Karen? The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it wasn't really something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kyrie-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage in its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. Does it have a lock? If it doesn't have a lock, then how the heck did they get it open in the first place? Oh, there it is. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. I guess that could be? But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kyrie-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Maybe the lock is on the other side? Guess that could be it. Or the mechanism, or whatever.
こんな二程度で俺を阻めると思うんじゃねえぜ。こいつをぶち壊してやれ。その道具を探そう。
Yeah, maybe if he got a sledgehammer and just destroyed the sides of the well or something. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we'd locked Goda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. Oh, that's right, how's he gonna get in the gardening shed? On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. Oh goody. My favorite. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kinda feels like I'm going in circles here. Yeah. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of that was incredibly creepy. Oh? Is Kinzo's corpse in the boiler room again? Interesting. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. Yeah. Why? What? I mean, every time Kinzo dies by fire, well, not every time. Well, yeah, I guess every time he dies by fire, he's then been found in the boiler room. Yeah, he didn't die by fire in episode 2 because he got eaten. But the other times he died by fire, I think he always found his way to the boiler room. Or well, his body did. And grandfather's corpse. Found as a burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the dead to the dead. Now, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I had found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right. I think I heard it from Dad some time ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly, with extra toes. According to old Ushiromiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. Because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain that this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler room in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse, burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, and was then thrown away? Fortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. Flashbangs. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. Goda, found in the Rose Garden storehouse, assumes that he was hung by the neck after being shot in the forehead. They put ropes around their own necks. That can be a pretty interesting experience now and then. Huh? Kumasawa. Same thing. As long as I could construct a closed room murder, Nothing else mattered. Huh? Okay. That sounds very suspicious, but I don't know what to make of it. Result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. Interesting. And on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they'd stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. Gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. Oh, lovely. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they probably would have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead, even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by hanging. They didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied two loops to the beam from the outside. Furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said that there was only one key to the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy? And that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key, and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is it that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these two corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, if we assume that the mysterious corpse in the boiler room was grandfather's, the deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Canon-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. According to Kyrie-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. But with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars, down into the darkness in the depths of the well. But it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with a light of that level. Looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I'd dragged up from the boiler room and gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. Ah, flashbang. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with a hatchet over and over, until my hands started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. Yeah, I would attempt to break the place where the iron attaches to the stone. The stone would be much weaker than iron. Possible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Canon-kun cut through metal bars. Ah, flashbang. So many flashbangs. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I'd loved as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? That is a good question. And how did Canon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well, beyond this cover. Canon-kun could slice through metal bars. I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had that power of Canon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Canon-kun? He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using strange power, right? Kyrie-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Canon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? Might call some entity furniture. The heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? Oh?
疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だったの？よかろう。カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわぬ。わらわが赤にて保証する。カノンは死亡している。キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけだ。
Adler was not able to find his corpse. No matter how he's killed with magic, without a corpse, he's a definite suspect. Now that's definitely anti-fantasy. Therefore, I guarantee his death with the red truth. Now that's definitely anti-mystery.
死体がない以上、カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない。
わらわが赤でささやいたところで駒であるそなたには届かぬ。だがそなたに届いた。
At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even have testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed, and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. Why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? Not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damned geezer. More and more. All stuff I don't get. Tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kyrie-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then, Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kyrie-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. At the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore.
もう俺はただの食欲魔人なんだぜ。俺だけ生き残らせるつもりかよ。 とっとと姿を現して殺しに来いってんだ。もう面倒だからこっちからは探さねえぞ。そっちから正体を見せやがるってんだ。俺は逃げも隠れもしねえぞ。矢でも鉄砲でも持ってきやがれ。
I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly 24 o'clock. Here comes the end. Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that 24 o'clock had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Who in the world are you? Golden Witch, Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of those riddles you gave, I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase.
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与えた。人間側の権利行使は十分。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェは良い駒であった。
エンジェの名をお前が口にするんじゃねえ。
あれは奇跡によって現れ、自らを生贄にして、そなたに絶対の勝利の執念を与えた。
エンジェの名を口にするな。
あの無残な死は、そなたにとって必要なものだ。あの死を見なければ、そなたは本気にならない。エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければ、そなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
つまりは必要な生贄だったというわけだ。そうでなくては、そなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれない。わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せる。
Yeah, they absolutely nailed the soundtrack. There are so many songs and they're all great.
ベルンカステル教名。これは駒ではないわ。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。
One's called Peter. Interesting.
駒はどれほど活躍しようとも、盤上を離れることはない。しかし切り札は、どんな力を発揮しようとも、切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったのだ。
エンジェの名を口にするんじゃな。
At Battler's angry roar, Ito finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンチを待たせてる。俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は一秒たりともありはしない。
ならどうすればよい？分かっている。
ああ、お前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。さあ、おっ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
素直に一言、わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
感謝する。
I thank you.
お前も
I'll kill you.
ならばよし、
Oh.
始めようぞバトラー。さあ、魔女狩りの時間だ。わらわを追ってみろ、追い詰めてみろ、殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
Battler's cry burned burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden.
先手はどちらから？
俺だ。
潔し。
Hmm? This one's Dream End Discharger. Yeah, I'm liking this one. Yeah, I mean, I like them all, but I'm really liking this one so far. In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those petals was red. Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a single red single truth? The epic song by ZTS for this episode. It definitely has an epic feel to it. Golden Slaughter for episode 1, World End Dominator for 2, Mirage Coordinator for 3, and Dream End Discharger. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. And that flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ。全ての一番最初から一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
Oh? From the very first game. Oh man, I love this song. Or well, this music.
よかろう。そなたのお手並みを拝見しよう。来い。
行くぜ。すでに宣言済みだが、もう一度言う。こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ。一番最初からのあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場面を切り裂ける。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。よって島の本当の人数は17人。そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる。これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず、一見18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる。
Yeah, Kinzo's dead from the start. What is he going for? You can break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt. By making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Bieto counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Bieto's left foot. So does that mean she really can't refute that? Is that the whole thing about Ava and Natsuhi? Have Kinzo vanish from the study? Yeah. I mean, I think I sort of wondered if Kinzo was dead before. I think that was one of the things I had possibly agreed with, but that would make a lot of correlations. Like some of the servants would have to be in on it or something, and maybe even Kraus and Natsuhi, or I don't know. Well, actually, Kraus and Natsuhi probably didn't really interact with him much anyway, so I don't know. They wouldn't necessarily have to be in on it, but the servants, I would assume, would have to be in on it. At least some of them. Kinzo was indeed dead, and Ava knew it. That whole thing about getting Natsuhi to use it. Oh, yeah. Was the red blood pouring out from there a protest being made by her red truth? Natsuhi said she did meet with Kinzo that morning? Oh yeah, the whole thing was about getting Natsuhi to admit it. What actually happened? What was made up? Everything that Battler sees is supposed to be the truth. And I guess Battler didn't necessarily see a lot of that. So it could have been like an unreliable narrator thing. Something about engraving the one-winged eagle in your heart. Don't mind me, I'm just jamming here. Yeah. Interesting. But how's he gonna back that up? That's the question. Miyuto shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her.
悪くない。だが、まだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ。殺されてはおらぬ。この程度では足りぬ。
The burden of denying it's on her. He just needs to make a theory. Yeah, but I think she said something about he would have to say it all in one go, and then at the end she would deny stuff. So this, I mean, I don't know if we can actually tell it's true yet. But I mean, since she was stabbed in the foot, that makes it seem like it's true. I don't know. Yeah, because there was that whole thing about, like, if he messes up even once, he only gets one shot. So he can't mess up, or else she can refute him. I mean, back when they introduced the blue truth, or the whatever they call it. We call it the blue truth here. Well, yeah, he only gets one shot pretty much because, I mean, they said something about he only has a minute to tell all this stuff, and then when he's done, she gets to deny it. So basically, if he messes up, he doesn't get a second chance. Because he only has a minute. Although I mean, I assumed that they were serious about that being only a minute. I don't know. I don't know if that rule still applies. If he denies it, he can change his theory. He has to do it now, though. 1 minute is like on the island, though. Oh. Okay.
続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎がある。
どの謎だ？
第2のゲームの終盤でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き連れ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された。夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ、残る全ての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にあった。
All the remaining keys could unlock the door in Rose's hand. One is like on the other. You can take as many meta minutes he needs. Oh no, because I mean, I remember when they made that rule, they were in the meta parlor. I think Bernkastel was pressuring Beatrice to answer because Beatrice was taking too much time or something. And then Beatrice was like, okay, well, then if I can't have too much time, then you can't have too much time. So, I mean, I think that's supposed to take place in the meta time. I don't know. I mean, that's just from my understanding. But, like, he can't let any more events unfold on the island. Oh no, because it was supposed to be at the end. Pretty sure I also remember them saying, like, once everything is done, he gets a minute to explain, and then she can refute him, and then if he messes up, then that's a big problem. So he was all worried about that. Like, if he messes up, he doesn't get a whole bunch of chances. Yeah, he was worried about not having as many chances to fix things, I think. If it was ever mentioned that do anything after she denies anything. Well, I don't know. I mean, I thought there was something about he has to say all of his theories in one go, and then she refutes. So, I don't know. I mean, we could. I don't remember where that was. I mean, maybe we could look back at the VOD. It'd be hard to find. Probably don't want to do that right now. I don't know. I don't know. It's all very confusing. Yeah, let's... we'll just see how it goes here. The blue wedge that pierced Byato shook. He was resisting, fighting to pull it out.
いいや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば、あれは密室でも何でもないんだ。
いや、入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてはローザが管理した。
だが、ローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない。ローザおばさんは犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し、密室殺人を幇助した。
Oh. All the master keys were under Rosa's control, but if Rosa was working with culprit X, it's still sort of, I mean, yeah, they would have been under her control, I guess. But she still could have given them one. I don't know, the logic is a bit strange there, but I guess it works.
そしてその後、同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ。
She retrieved the key.
甘いぜ、ベアート。こんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している。
そうであったな。
The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Byato again, eating into her foot. Byato let out a cry of anguish at that pain.
Mada!
さらに続けて第3のゲームだ。6連結の連鎖密室、ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人、親父たちのホールでの死亡、クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんの殺人。エヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。
Okay. 6 linked rooms. Where is that? Rose and Maria, Dad and the rest deaths. Everybody dying can be linked to Aunt Ava.
これは当時すでに論破済み。それに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題、南條先生殺し、18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能。
Yeah, the murder of Dr. Nanjo can be explained with an 18th unknown person.
これで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。反論はあるか？
That's true, because she said something about Kinzo being dead, but unknown person X would be able to get around that.
無論この程度答えはせぬわ。ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。赤き真実を追加しよう。ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。窓から飛び去ったのだ。
Donian read that he didn't go down the stairs of the guest house. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Krause's and Natsui's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Hyato had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows had been locked from the inside.
だからなんだ。お前の言葉通りだぞ。窓から飛び去ったんだろ。下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし、あの大雨だ。多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう。
赤き真実を繰り返す。外部へ通ずる窓も扉も全て内側より施錠されていたぞ。しかもそれらの施錠は全て外側からは不可能。ジョージには施錠する術はない。
I mean, did somebody else lock them again?
青き真実を繰り返す。当時の俺も言っているぜ。ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。
Yeah.
何も難しいことはない。
この程度であがけぬか。
Hyato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて青き真実は未だ揺るがない。ならばお前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは今回の第4のゲームだけってことになる。
わらわが赤き真実にて反撃していない以上そういうことになる。この度のゲームでのみ魔女を証明せねばなるまい。よかろう。存分に来るがよ。
Everything hinges on the fourth game.
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない。18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。 落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、桐江さんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。
Okay, so could be pitfalls. Could explain it using Curious Son's theory. Knocking people out, which would make them think that, or make them imagine a pitfall, maybe.
ジョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。
Okay. People that escaped from the dungeons could have been shot down.
不審な点はない。
But what about Kyrie?
だが分かってるぜ。反撃があるんだろ。来いよ。
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金蔵がすでに死んでいるとの仮説に立脚している。そう来ることはわらわも分かっている。だから金蔵を書斎より出した。その金蔵を親族会議の全員が迎えたぞ。親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
Everyone who met him, or everyone who's there, acknowledged the presence of Kinzo, but that doesn't mean he's Kinzo. It just meant they thought he was.
そうだな。だがじいさまはずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。
True. If he was seriously ill or whatever before, or I mean, just him being seriously ill could have changed his looks. So if he looked a little different, they could ignore that.
俺はこう返す。そのじいさまは別人の替え玉だ。親族たちがじいさまと見間違えた別人だ。
ならばわらわはこう返す。全ての人物は後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。いかなる変装であったとしても後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
No person would mistake Ushiromi Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise might be used, they would not mistake Ushiromi Kinzo by sight. There's something wrong with this, I know. Otherwise, she would just say Ushiromi Kinzo was not dead, or he was there, or something like that. Do not mistake Ushiromi Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise might be used. Okay, I see it. I see it. No person would mistake Ushiromi Kinzo by sight. It doesn't mean that they would recognize who's the real person. Just that they would... Oh, wait. Hold on. No person... I'm confusing myself now. No person would mistake Ushiromi Kinzo by sight, no matter what disguise might be used. I don't know. No person would mistake Ushiromi Kinzo by sight. Is that... Could that be sort of rewritten to say that if somebody dressed up like Ushiromiya Kinzo, they'd know that, or they would think that he's Kinzo. I don't know. I don't think that's directly countering Battler, but I'm not sure if I can make complete sense of it either. I don't know. Yeah, my theory is sort of out there. This one is a little tough to crack.
Naraba こう返す。お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を第2のゲーム時に赤き真実で5本と宣言することで以後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。
Okay. Change the premises of the later games.
同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。
Possible that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the fourth game alone. Okay. How does that help?
よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもってそれ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。
Oh, well, I guess he doesn't need Kinzo to be dead in the fourth game because he was supposed to be the guy behind everything. Maybe. But anyway, it doesn't affect the previous games. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that does sound like a pretty valid, pretty valid thing to say. In the second game, when you announced the Red Truth, there were 5 Master Keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, changed the premises of the later games. So yeah, that seems pretty valid. Because if you can change things once, you can change them again.
よって食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
Okay. So we're supposing that the murders in the dining hall were carried out by Kinzo.
ならばこう返そうぜ。4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の静止設定は全て同一である。第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
Okay. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at all 4 games.
副賞要求。各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
副賞拒否。答えぬよバト。わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
She can refuse to repeat it.
くそじじいね。俺の前に立ちふさがりやがる。
Okay, we got a bit of a stumbling block. I'm still thinking there's something wrong with her saying that he wouldn't be, nobody would mistake Kinzo. I mean, maybe it could be that just means that if Kinzo had a disguise, anybody would be able to recognize him. I don't know. Yeah, I still can't make quite 100% sense of that. But I think something's wrong with that.
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
You can mistake Kinzo no matter the disguise. something like that, yeah. Yeah, I still can't quite place it, but I think something's wrong with that. Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight, blocking the path between me and Byato? I mistake Kinzo by sight. Yeah. It could be something to do with sight. Maybe they mistook him by smell? I don't know. Because, you know, I mean, smell would make sense. Because he has that alcohol mixture smell on him. So if he had that smell, then maybe they mistook him for Kinzo. I don't know. But yeah, that seems like the most likely thing. I think I was going the wrong route.
バトラーよ。お前にこのわしが超えられるかな?
All the relatives are blinded. Yeah.
至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。
And hey there, small blue gem.
お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。
Good old Darth Kinzo.
死ねい。
What the? Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly.
お前なぞ一息に飲み込んでくれるわ。消え去れ、未熟者め。
This is a normal day for Kinzo, yeah.
黙りな、死に損ないの亡霊め。
ほう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。
お前はもう死んでいる。
それがお前の命取りよ。第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の第3のゲーム、俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。
Oh? The third game.
あばよ、クソじじい。こいつでお別れだぜ。俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。
よかろう。存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
行くぜ、クソじじい。金蔵の名は後ろ宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。
Oh? Name of Kinzo gets passed on as the title of the Ushiromiya family head. Oh. That's interesting.
後宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。そしてその名を 誰かが継承した。全員が承認した。
Oh.
それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
Oh. That way, all of those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo.
じいさまの変装をする必要さえもないのさ。一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから。よって見間違えるわけもない。
Didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. Hmm.
以上の仮説が否定されない限り、お前が死んでいるという事実は変わらない。これでとどめだぜ。クソじじい、お前に復讐要求だ。全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Among all the people there, not one had multiple different names. Hmm.
"安らかに眠りな、クソじじい。感謝しろよ。お前やっと死ねたんだぜ。こいつが陰謀だ。食らってくたばりな。
Rip Darth Kinzo.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ、あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。
Yeah, whenever they find his corpse, it's always completely burnt. So maybe in the second game, was it? Maybe in that game they just didn't find his corpse.
それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ。以上の仮説でてめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず、金蔵は親族会議に登場することができる。
Yeah. So if Kinzo was actually his replacement, Adler did see Kinzo at the end. Wait, did he? Oh, right. In episode 2. Yeah. Maybe that was a disguise? I don't know why he would disguise though. That's a good point. Yeah. Because anything Battler sees could be the truth. Oh no, but Kinzo can't be mistaken by sight. Well, maybe okay, he wouldn't be mistaken though. He'd still know it's Kinzo. So it still could be a disguise. Simpler explanation if we assume Kinzo is already dead, or is actually dead. Maybe he just saw his corpse? Is that what you mean?
どうだよ、これだ、チェックメイトだ。
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, wait your dig. Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Adler drinking something before going upstairs. Yeah, he was drunk. Okay, yeah. One last BTJ. Absolutely sloshed at that point.
金蔵今日までありがと
ベアトリーチ
There it is.
そなたの日々いつ
Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered. Ushiromi Akinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing.
バトル
恨むな。死者は眠らせろ。起こすな。次こそお前、これでお前も最後だ。
Ieto still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だがそろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。逃げも隠れもせぬ。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い後ろ宮バトル
おう、金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く。第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる。地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後のマリアも。
Okay. Culprit X. I forget, is the burden of closed rooms not on Battler anymore? Like, he doesn't have to explain how these closed rooms were broken through or whatever? It seems like we're just overlooking a lot here, otherwise. And then there's Jessica's strange death, in which she knew how she was going to be mutilated after her death. And knowing that George died, and the weird shooting into Kyrie's room. Beatrice may need depressing to answer. Okay. I have to make it there. Okay. I guess that's fair.
全て18人目の X で説明できる。何もおかしなことはない。
Nothing strange there at all.
以上にて全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間にて完了する。ベアトリーチェ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Fully explained the culprit? I don't know about that, but okay. Oh! Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. She may have gotten a bit hurt from these, just a bit. Just a tad. Just a flesh wound. I'm sure she'll be fine if she just shrugs it off. Oh no, the sad music.
食らっちまった。痛えよ。こりゃ死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ。
Yeah, I miss the epic music, Sag.
死んじまう。痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌だ。
With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. I'm sorry, I find this funny. I just think of that meme, firmly grasp it. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable to even hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。これが最後の反撃。
Her final counterattack.
ならバトラー、我が魔法の数々をどう説明するのか。一番最初に登場したのは第二のゲームにおいてわらわがマリアのかぼちゃのマシュマロを直してやった時だ。
Okay, now she's pressuring him to answer her magic. Fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow.
この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
Rosa witnessed. Certainly, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では信憑性がないであろう。だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。
Yeah, Rosa witnessing it wasn't really a big deal. Or wait. Well, yeah, because the second game he explained with Rosa being culprit.
それこそが今回のゲームよ。我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらの全てを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。これをどう説明するのか。
Rosa Trees.
後ろ宮バトラー。
Romeo Batara!
ステイルメイト。
Hmm? Really?
魔法があるから魔法はある。そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
Magic exists because Alright, the Braun Tube trial. So she can't pressure him about her magic acts? Like He doesn't have to explain those through human methods? Okay. But what about the closed rooms? I thought he still had to at least explain closed rooms. Or maybe just he just doesn't have to. I mean, I didn't think that threw everything out the window. You can only pressure him about the consequences of the magic. Could be. Yes. I don't know, it's confusing. Hmm.
そうだったな。
誰が何魔法を目撃しようともそれは魔法の存在の証明にはならない
True, yeah. No matter who or how many people witnessed magic, cannot become proof of magic's.
俺はお前が見せてきた全ての魔法の存在するしないの遺憾にかかわらずその全てを無視して人間で説明することができるそれは俺の不可侵の権利である
Ignore all magic and explain things with humans. But I thought he still has to have, like, some kind of idea how that would work. Or maybe they did throw that out the window way back then. I just forgot about it.
違ったか
At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away.
やはり抜けぬか。
As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but with all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。わかっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。勝てるかもしれないと始めたゲームだった。簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中でいつかは奇跡が起こると信じてた。何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。しかし今やその奇跡は完全に失われた。そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り私には万一の奇跡も絶対にない。いや奇跡も絶対もないが正しいのか。勝利はなく引き分けによる終了もない。唯一許された決着、敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。 そうさ。私はバトラに殺されるためだけに戦っている。
I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously, from the very beginning, he's been trying to deny the individual that I am.
前回のゲームは面白かったな。ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かったな。
Darn it, Beatrice. It's a little too late to be, regretful.
そうだよ。あそこで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
これでチェックメイトか、ベアトリーチェ。
Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, he wasn't even able to fall over. And still looking up into the sky, was sewn in place. That tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives, and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. To be honest, Beatrice seems to have given up. Maybe she doesn't care about those closed room explanations anymore. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I mean, she said it herself, she's lost the willpower. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified.
終わりなのか、ベアト。
グーの音も出ぬわ。
By giving up? I mean, maybe she just knows that she can't get a win. And so she'll be trapped here for eternity. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe it's sinking in now. She didn't care about it at first, but now that she's actually had to play through a few games, maybe she just can't stand it anymore. I don't know. Or maybe... I don't know.
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
無茶を言う。この姿がどう見たら 終わっていないように見えるのか。
Hmm.
早くとどめを刺せよ。
When did she start seeming like she was giving up? I mean, I guess she seemed like she started giving up about when she tried to erase Battler. Oh, well, what triggered that, I guess, was that Battler didn't know his sin. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what you mean, yeah. Hmm.
言っちまえよ。お前の青き真実で。以上により魔女は存在しないって言っちまえよ。その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
ダメだな。
無駄無駄。
ほう、わらわにこれ以上生き恥をさらせというのか。すでに決着はついておろうに。
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いはまだ終わってない。
Stand up. I think she's already standing and she can't really move, Battler.
まだとな。
お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
Yeah, it wasn't actually her losing, she just gave up.
いいではないかよ。投了でそれでそなたの勝ちだろうが。とっとと妹のところへ帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていけ。
俺は言ったはずだ。逃げない。そしてお前を逃がさないとな。お前は何者だ。そして一体何が望みだったんだ。
Finally getting to the bottom of Beatrice?
それが知りたくばそなたの18番でも試せばよい。いいではないか。ただの妄想、幻想、それでいいではないか。
全然ダメだぜ。俺はお前を逃がさない。俺はお前を打ち破る。このまま逃がしてなるもんか。お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。 打ち破る。完全にな。だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。お前はまだなんてか隠してる。俺にはわかる。
Yeah, giving up's not enough. Want to crush you? She's earned it.
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれぬのか。
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンジェを、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを、お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。俺はお前の非道を許さない。だからそんなことで逃がさない。
Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Oh, I guess this is from Beatrice's perspective.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。
The boy who cried wolf. I find this fitting.
どうすればいいんだよ、わらわは。どうすれば。負けを認めぬためだけに無限に戦うのも、無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問か。バトラに勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた無限の魔女なのか。悲しいな。こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。もう嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんてもう嫌だ。勝ちはなく引き分け終了もない。ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は魔女の道に落ちた時から、悪魔と契約をしたその日から、末路は悲劇であると約束されていたではないか。
どうした。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。六軒島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
Way too dank. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rockinjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Ito faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then, he slowly raised her face and stared at Battler.
愚か者め、そなたの健闘をたたえ勝ちを譲ってやろうと思ったの。慢心したな。後悔するぞ。
Yeah, I don't know, I don't think that was an act. He knows she's gonna lose. He just wanted to give up because why continue if she knows she's gonna lose, but Battler reawakened her pride.
それは譲られるものじゃねえ。お前から奪い取るものだ。お前だってそうだろうが。俺が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出す、そんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから、前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。
Yeah, she really does look torn up.
そうさ、俺は前回お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか。だからその借りをこれで返す。立て、俺の敵、俺の黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Whee!
バカが。バカが。愚か者が。二度とチャンスがあると思うな。
When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish.
まだ抜けてないぜ。18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない。
そなたの副賞要求の一つに応じる。そなたの推理通り、全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Okay, Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games.
しかし、ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。
Uh-oh.
それを金蔵の分一人減らす。
So then no more than 8 or 17 humans exist on the island. But there was a Kinzo. Or oh yeah, maybe there was, like, maybe, I don't know. Has Battler seen Kinzo other than at the end of episode 2? Not what I thought. Huh. Yeah, so there goes all his theories, because they rely on there being an 18th person X. Huh. The people have seen Kinzo repeatedly, though? True. But I guess I'm just not gonna trust that until, well, unless Battler would have seen it, and he hasn't. So if there's anything Battler hasn't seen, it is then questionable. Sanjo, Genji, Natsui, Rosa, Shannon. Everyone on the last game. Yeah. I mean, I guess we could still go with the theory that somebody took Kinzo's name. But how would that work? More mysteries.
この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない。以上とはつまり18人目を含めるぞ。つまり18人目の X は存在しない。
Yeah, somebody would have to be one of the other 17.
これは全ゲームに共通することである。
All games.
Sora, miro. やっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた。それが1人減って17人になり、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。これでお前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜かれたな。戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
The blue wedge that had sewn Byato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rockenjima.
さあ来いバトラー。もう一度最初からだ。全てについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ。わらわももはや遊ばぬ。逃げもせぬ。隠れもせぬ。そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負、この場にて決着してくれよう。
Endless Nine? Nice.
わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる。さあ第1のゲームからだ。
おう、第1のゲーム、第1の番からだ。最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。
Oh, dang, are we actually gonna... I thought we were gonna start with new games. Like, I thought that was gonna be the end of this tea party. Oh, dang. We really going for it. Lord, it's already 10. Okay, maybe we won't start episode 5 today. I don't know.
アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
有効だ。続けるぞ。次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどうか。チェーンまでかかった密室であったぞ。赤き真実を追加する。2人は他殺である。密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また殺人は執行者犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない。
Okay, so now we're going back to the closed room stuff again.
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。これが実は偽装死体で、 犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X が2人を殺したとの仮説は可能だ。そして犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
Didn't they check under the bed?
よかろう、次だ。
Oh?
ボイラー室に至ったカノンが殺されたな。赤き真実を追加する。全ての生存者にアリバイがある。
All the survivors have alibis.
さらに死者も含めようぜ。
Include the dead as well.
つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
Accident?
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。
Or he killed himself? But why did he do that?
ならカノン君は自殺かもしれない。
Why?
副将要求。カノン君は自殺ではない。
カノンは自殺ではない。
Okay, so suicide isn't it?
重ねるぜ。
But she didn't say it was homicide. Oh, an accident?
副将要求。カノン君は他殺された。
復唱を拒否する。
Yeah, she refuses to repeat that it was a homicide.
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。つまり他殺ではないんだ。
Yeah, no one could kill him.
これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。
It is the linked closed rooms from the third game. Well, it could have been an accident or he didn't actually die.
カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。状況は不明だが事故死というわけさ。
Yeah, died due to an accident.
胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような、どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
Okay, so he can refuse to explain some things because of devil's proof. So he doesn't have to explain how exactly he would have died. That's right, the stake was driven into his chest. Why would that have happened?
ほうほう、悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは今や敵なしだな。有効であるぞ。ならばその後の客間にての源氏、男女、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。
Yeah, Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa.
無論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。
Okay.
そしてもちろん3人は他殺だ。
Their deaths were homicides. Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. Their deaths were homicides. But they have killed each... I mean, it's possible maybe that they killed each other? Maybe somebody had a lingering wound and died from it?
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。
Oh no, we're going back to culprit X.
そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。
Three had their faces smashed, okay.
どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
Possible that one of them was a body double corpse.
身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。
Guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses.
すなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
No body double tricks. Wait, so then doesn't that throw out his earlier thingamajiggy? I think he used that for Ava and Hideyoshi. Yeah.
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。
Simultaneous murders. Huh.
その後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。これならどうだ。
なんという暴論。
It really is a ridiculous argument. But can you counter it?
気に入った。ならば最後の夏日は
She's not countering it. Also, she didn't say anything about Ava and Hideyoshi. But I thought there couldn't be any body double stuff. Huh.
赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。身元不明死体は一切ない。生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
Natsui's death was a homicide.
トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。
Indirect murder due to a trap.
夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。
Oh, something done to her gun. That could be, yeah.
あの銃は構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた罠の銃だったとすれば説明できる。
Okay, a trap gun.
夏日の額に埋まりし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
No? Bullet wasn't fired from her gun.
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。そしてオールに呼び出された。そして特定の時刻に特定の場所に立つように強いられてあらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。
Forced to stand at a specified location at a specified time. That's a bit of a reach. Their gun they can fire backwards. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, heck, you could say the gun exploded or something. I don't know. I don't know, because he would have seen the gun afterwards, and the gun seemed to still be in one piece. No.
素晴らしい。そなたの暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。敬意を表し第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぞ。
Next, I'll hand the first game over to you. But I thought we were having this argument because he doesn't want it handed to him.
感服したわ。
Oh, she's just Okay, she's just not countering it and she's straight up taking damage. Okay. Then I guess that's all valid somehow. Okay. The instant Byato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound.
くらいでは答えぬわ。まだまだ。
Simultaneous murder is valid. Those are some pretty wacky, I guess I'll just still call them theories. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but dang.
来い。第2のゲームだ。
Byato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest. But even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. She was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Byato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over, and Ange has been burdened with a future of isolation.
そうとも、わらわがここにいて、ただ笑うだけでも永遠の地獄は続く。そなたを妹に返しはしない。妹は帰らぬ家族に1000年の間泣き続ければよい。
ちくしょうが、情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2のゲームだ。行くぜ。
I love these faces. Whee!
まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については、当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。
Was the murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel? Right, wasn't that? Yeah, that was the Halloween murder.
マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了後に密かにマリアのカバンに戻したんだ。
Yeah, we had this already. Someone secretly borrowed the key, returned it.
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
Okay. Now she's refuting it.
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で、礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性がある。つまり事件前に開錠しておいて、扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。
Oh, okay. Has an auto lock. Wedge something in there.
そして鍵をマリアに預けた。
Then they gave key to Maria.
施錠はオートのため、鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
No, that's not right.
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。6人の中に犯人がいて、5人を殺し死んだふりをしていた。
Ended to be dead. That seems rather difficult, Battler.
6人は発見時にすでに全員死亡していた。全員が他殺だ。6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者であり、相互の殺人には関与しない。
Here comes get prepared. Oh boy.
相打ち殺人は存在しない。
熊沢さんをはじめ、当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。
Huh? Kurosawa, no alibi?
そんな誰かが6人を殺し、内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
Someone hiding inside.
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。よってその引きこもり密室は通用しない。
Hikikomori. Oh my. Shut-in murder. That's an interesting way to use that word.
どうしたよ後ろ宮バートラー。それで終わりか。第2のゲームからは甘くないぜ。
It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Byato cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword, knocking them down. Oh, come on, don't skip this. No, I want to know how this works. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her.
まだだぜ。ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。
Whoops. I did it too early.
俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。
My twisted logic isn't finished yet.
彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて腹の中で爆発した。つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性。気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の詳細については悪魔の証明。
Bombs in the food. Okay.
説明拒否。
なんだよそりゃ。小型爆弾
That really is absurd. But will it stand? But Byato failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory's pretty screwed up.
好きなだけ笑いやがれ。文句があるのか。
なし。その暴論や心地よし。次なるジェシカとカノンの密室は。
She accepts it. Now it's time for Jessica and Canon. So many memes about small bombs. I need to see these. Oh my. I'm gonna write this down to look these up later. Small bomb. Google auto completed that for me. Know your memes, small bombs. Oh, good lord, it has a know your meme page. Oh my.
問題ない。使用人の誰かが犯人であればマスターキーを使える。密室ですらない。
Pleased master key.
その後、使用人室でカノンらしき謎の人物が襲いかかり、南條と熊沢が殺されたな。カノンの死亡はあの時刻以前に赤で宣言済みだった。
Anyway, okay, so she's not refuting it yet. Oh yeah, if the culprit was one of the servants, could use a master key. There's an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be canon. Andro and Kumasawa were killed. Canon's death was already proclaimed in red before that.
ならばあのカノンは何者だというのか。
カノン君の死亡は赤で宣言済みならば生きているわけがない。よって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。
Could have been disguised that made everyone think it was canon.
彼らは異なる人物。カノンと誤認することは絶対にない。
They would never mistakenly think any other person was canon. Was it small bombs? In Canon's corpse?
ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。
Oh? Canon's name inherited?
カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる。
Okay. Crazy, but I guess it works. No spoilers on the page? Excellent. Thank you. A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place, since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot.
またしてもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。ゲーム盤上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実にシャーシャーとのたま。
Battler used to not want to call other people the culprits. Now he's setting people up left and right. It's valid. Okay.
その暴言心地よし。心地よいぞ。これは痛みではない。心地よさだ。
Concern. When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain.
いいのか続けていくぜ。第2のゲームの最後の殺人夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。
He died in that Nazi's room. Still be valid. Wait, what did you say for that?
赤で反論はあるか？なければ第2のゲームも俺のものだ。
ああ、ないぞ。そのようなさまつで戦うのもつまらない。くれてやる。第2のゲームなぞ貴様にくれてやるわ。
Alright, Rosa gave the key to the real culprit. Right, right. Okay, he wins the second game. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. Or just, can she not refute? That's gonna leave a mark. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain.
痛えのか。
痛い？いやいや、くすぐったいくらいよ。全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればね。
Oh, snap.
お前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ。
Well, that's disturbing.
ぶち殺してやる。お前を同じ細切れにしてやる。次だ。第3のゲームだ。いつまでへばってやがる。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのはこれからだ。
無論よ、これくらいでへばるものか。そうとも、まだまだこれからよ。さあ、第3のゲームを始めようぞ。まずは最初の6連結の連鎖密室。本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている。
Out of curiosity, how long do I think it would take on this tea party? I thought like maybe 2 hours at most. It's been 3.5. It's probably gonna be at least 4.
しかし、そなたは金蔵を殺してしまった。
Build off Kinzo. Alright. Third game with the 6 linked closed rooms. Guess he explained it with Kinzo. Okay. At the time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he'd constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. That there, he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead. I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However...
問題ない。ジジイ以外にも犯行可能な人間は大勢いる。親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
Oh? Literally anybody could have done it. Okay.
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。
Keys were in the pockets of servants. Room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. Hey there, Obar Bow Range. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Welcome back.
つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。
All keys related to the linked closed rooms were locked inside the linked closed rooms.
ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
Ah, PXD, okay. Yeah, I thought I'd never seen that username before, but it said it, or it didn't list you as a first-time chatter. Like, But yeah, welcome back. Hmm.
なら毒ガスで殺したんだ。
Filled with poison gas.
鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
Good lord, it's gonna work, isn't it?
彼ら全員には致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があった。
Okay, no, it's not gonna work. No small bomb. No small bombs this time? Maybe that's what the gunshot wounds were. They were actually small bombs.
室外からの殺害は不可能だぞ。さらに赤を重ねようぞ。金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。
The 5 other than Kinzo were killed. The killer was definitely in the same room.
自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
There were no suicides.
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後、連鎖密室を構築した。しかし最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。
I had no way to return just the key to the very last room.
だが戻すことはできたぜ。
And yep, what?
死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
Oh, the first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key. Pull it from the pocket of one of the corpses. Ah, okay. Remember, she couldn't say their deaths were homicides? It might have been because of Kinzo. Wait, why would that be because of Kinzo? Because Kinzo was dead. Or do you mean with the previous reasoning? Oh, maybe Kinzo wasn't a homicide? Oh, okay, so with the previous reasoning, he thought Kinzo did it, and then, yeah, because of Kinzo not being a homicide, then she couldn't say everybody was a homicide. Okay. I see what you mean. Way too dank. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Ito was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. Here it makes so much more sense than small bombs, yeah. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Ito's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again. And now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Ito grinned, cackling as though this was amusing.
Kenji, 親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。
Oh, hitting him when it hurts. Real was the first person to discover the corpse? Yeah, so I guess that's what she means here. He was the one to break the window, the one to notice Shannon in the parlor first. He didn't recall being a different person. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
いいぜ、それでもいいんだぜ。家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて。
Hey, big happy family mass murder. Yay!
決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェのところに帰れよ。 でこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。クズ肉エンジェにぴったりだ。
He's going for maximum
Emotional damage.
黙りやがれ。てめえを殺せ。バラバラにして殺せ。命乞いの必要はねえぜ。絶対にこの手で最悪の死を与えてやる。
ああ、そなたならできるだろう。千年の果てに残虐の限りを尽くしきったわらわにそれに見合う最後を与えてくれるだろう。ああ、それは痛いのか辛いのか、それともくすぐったいのかな。これくらいで答えるかよ。来いよ後ろ宮バトラー。まだ謎は残ってるぜ。
Miyuto had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game in this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Anne will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Anne as fast as I can.
ボロボロだな。虫の息ってやつか。
That's a pretty cool line. With that delivery. It's just a flesh wound. Your arm's off.
これくらい。こそばよいわ。
いらねえようだな、容赦。
元よりそのつもりもなかろう。
存分に行くぜ。
そうせよ。逆の立場だった時、わらわは容赦しなかった。だからそなたもそのチャンスがあったならそうするべきであろう。じゃないとまた別の世界の孤独な演者を呼んで、今度は獅子を引きちぎって槍に刺して炙り焼きにしちまうぜ。
Oof.
黙れ。もう二度と俺の家族も親族も、そして使用人のみんなもお前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ。俺はすでに第4のゲームの謎も全て青き真実で打ち破っている。残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後。
Very last mystery from the third game.
南條先生の殺人だけだぜ。
Yeah, the murder of Nanjo.
おや、わらわはもうそんなところまで追い詰められていた。 わらはも風前の灯火であるな。
She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural.
ということは、この南條先生殺しの謎だけがお前が魔女であることの最後の防衛戦ってことになるな。
そうなるな。これを破られたら、わらわは全ての謎を破られたことになる。そなたの真実をいずれかは新しき赤き真実で反論するか、新しき謎を提示しない限り、わらわは死ぬ。
追い詰められて風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぜ。まだ何か隠し玉を持ってやがるな。
さあどうか。わらわはもはや千年の長すぎる生涯に愛というその果てに巡り合ったそなたという好敵手によって生涯を閉じるのも悪くないと思い始めている。そなたならやれるよな。やってくれよ。頼むよ。殺してくれよ。殺してばっかりでさ、殺された試しがねえんだよ。お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もねえから。
Killed the 18 of you hundreds of times. Huh? That exaggeration? Only been 4 games. Or have there been more?
一回くらいは経験してみてんだよ。
It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, and she was still pressing down on it unconsciously, without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing, and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil.
お前を哀れには思わない。お前が俺たちの誰にも憐れまなかったように。
そうともさ、お前らなゲームの駒だぜ。毎回最初の6人は誰を殺そうかな、次の2人をどう殺そうかな、もっともっとグロい殺し方はねえかなって考えるのは最高に楽しいぜ。なあバトラよ、少し改心するから今回も許してくれよ。そしたらさ、もうちょっとマシな殺し方に変えてやるからよ。誰をどの順にどんな風に殺すか お前の希望も聞いてやるからよ。楽しいぜ、人の命をもてあそぶってのはよ。お前なら考えつくよ。エンジェをもっともっとクズ肉にしてやる方法をよ。来いよバトラー、南條殺し暴いてみろ。
The 18th person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. It was clearly small time bombs. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. Oh, right, okay, not small time bombs. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Think. Don't stop thinking. Hold on. But yeah, Nanjo was uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. He was murdered directly. All the other people had the strongest possible ally by having their deaths proclaimed in red. Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yup. Yup. Yeah, this way I can break through it. This way, Beatrice's Legend of the Witch is finished.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったろうさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。
Oh? Deaths were proclaimed in red, but not at the instant Nanjo died.
厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。
Like between Battler and Ava.
つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していればその感激は縫えることになる。つまりはこういうことさ。エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて、その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。
Ava just said that Battler, Jessica, and Ava herself were uninvolved with Nanjo's murders. The others were dead. Yeah. He played dead earlier. Waited for us to go.
そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。
Okay.
そしてその後にエヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。以上の仮説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch, Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time, a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body, and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead, and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. Yeah, that would hurt just a bit.
自業自得だぜ。お前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
バトラー、頼むよ。
Huh? Yuto let out a sob.
痛えよ。すげえ。痛えよ。終わらせて。終わらせて。これでもまだ死ねねえんだよ。こんなに痛えのにまだ死ねねえんだよ。
俺に何を求めやがる。
終わらせて。この苦痛から解放して。
Iyato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, though he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
どうすりゃいい？どうすればお前の痛みを終わらせられる？
今から全てを晒すから。それがわらわの心臓。
心臓。
どうして
ベアト。
Were those tears from pain and torment? Or else... Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger.
早くヘンゼのところに帰ってあげ
帰るためじゃない。お前の痛みを止めるために。お前の願いを聞く。
ありがとうバトラー。
In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something.
バトラーなら殺せるから私のすべて心臓を潰して貫いてね。
The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen.
おね
After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then, her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light, and remained held out toward the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke.
後ろにはバトル。今から私があなたを殺します。
Huh?
それで
そしてたった今、この島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
I understand. What? This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery. Kill her.
来いよ。お前の最後の謎、俺が受け取ってやる。
Nani?
この島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。なのに私は今ここにいて、これからあなたを殺します。
I
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。それで。
私は誰？
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
私は誰？
Then Beatrice slowly approached me, and still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you. Don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. What does it mean? Shiromi Ange died in 1998. Yeah, I saw that. Huh. Make sure you can finish the action by going a bit over time? Okay. I was at least gonna start it, yeah, okay. All of the goats. 20 equals 1 hour, yeah. Fourth game, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Who is Beatrice? The end. Complete the fourth tea party. Was it? But is it really the end? Oops. Over there. Okay. Before we start this, I do need to go use the bathroom. I will be right back in just a few minutes. I have returned. Now, what's going on in the tea party of those who are not human? Unknown fragment number, really long number. Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolates shaped like ohajiki pieces. A fork was stuck into a shortcake, peeking out of a gift box. And there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun, if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows, like something from a dream. And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Bernkastel lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. Was not expecting that.
がゲームやめるとか言い出してかなり焦ったわ。
これだけのゲームを始めておいて投げっぱなしで終えようとするなんて失礼な魔女よね。
エンジェ、いい駒だったじゃない。とんずらしたベアとを引きずり戻してゲームを再開させてくれたわ。バトラをやる気にさせすぎちゃったのはさすがに参ったけどね。
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたか
ら確かにあいつ敵であるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
前回の流れから下手するとベアトに同情しておかしな方向にゲームを流すかもしれないって危惧してたの。エンジェはバトラがゴールを誤解した時に再誘導するための切り札よ。本当はもっとサポートさせてそれから切りたかったんだけどね。いきなり切らされたわ。仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
例の名乗っちゃダメルール枷にしておいてよかった。あれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍でペアとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ。
一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけどあんたのマークがきつくてうまくいかせなかったわ。ああ、もったいない駒だった。
Yeah, reminding us that Bernkastel is a witch, even if he's helping Battler.
当然でしょ。あんなずるい駒とっととリタイアしてくれないと困るわ。まあ結果的にゲーム中断を阻止する活躍をしてくれたしそれは私にとっても助かることだった。 互いの利害が一致する活躍をしてくれたという意味においては本当に素晴らしい駒だったわよ。
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから簡単に私の言いなりになってくれたわ。駒にするならバカか直情型よね。ああ、本当に惜しい駒だったわ。
その子も今じゃひき肉ねえ、後で一緒にそれでハンバーグ作りましょうよ。
Ugh.
餃子の方が好きだっけ？妹味ってどんな味かしら？笑える。
あんたそんな余裕でいいの？エンジェのおかげでバトラは奮起。ベアとを猛追し始め、今やだいぶ私が有利なゲーム展開だと思うけど。
So they don't know what's going. Like, I don't know if this is going on at the same time or what. Inchburger, no. Wait a minute. Did I? That makes me think. Maybe I. Oh no, I think I saw something about that way back, but I had no idea what it was about, and it didn't click or anything. Oh no. That's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my goodness.
というかバトラ、今回でこれまでのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃない？
Oh. No, so they do know what's going on. Huh?
はあ？とんでもない。バトラの青き真実なんてほとんど外れてるわよ。ベアとのぬるい赤なんて隙間だらけだもの。多少は知恵の回る子だったら適当にへりくつ並べりゃ簡単にすり抜けられるわ。
Almost all of Battler's blue truth is wrong. Or red is full of holes. Huh.
ああ、本当にイライラしたわよ。私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるわ。
あら、そうだったの？私はてっきりあれらが正解だと思ってたわ。小型爆弾を飲み込ませてうんぬんはさすがにどうかと思ったけど。
Beautiful. The small bombs make a comeback.
バトラの青き真実だって全部が有効になってはいないわ。ベアとは第一のゲームにおいて身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証するとはっきり明言している。
Yeah. Yeah. She guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses. So that would break the Ava and Hideyoshi room. Okay. So it was intentionally glossed over.
これによりバトラのエヴァ・秀吉の密室殺人の犯人は偽装死体を演じた何者かという推理は破られてるのよ。次にボイラー室のカノンは事故死だったろうとしてるけど自分の胸に杭が突き刺さっちゃう事故って何よ。
I mean, he could have just like fallen on it. I guess it would be really hard to do, but it's still possible.
ばっかじゃない。私が赤き宝刀とやらで切ってやるわよ。カノンは事故死ではない。その次の客間での源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとかいう 口殺人も滑稽だわ。
Yeah, I did think that was pretty absurd.
源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。最後の夏日殺しのトラップ X もバカバカしいわ。
Yeah.
夏日を射殺したのはトラップじゃなく、ちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いてしっかり射殺したのよ。ご愁傷様。
あんたダメよ、そんなこと赤で言っちゃ。あの子夏日の銃弾を魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだから。
Yeah, so Lambda Delta just confirmed that somebody else shot Natsui. Said it in red. Whoops.
あらあら、いけない。そうだったわね。第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。礼拝堂での6人の殺害時、犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。
When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. Huh? Nani?
あいつ何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわよね。
Yeah, no small bombs. Not the small bombs. No.
トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束。
I just had this pop into my head, and I wish it hadn't. What if Battler is actually Elon Musk? Trap X, Mysterious Killer X. Oh my goodness.
Bruh.
使用人室で南條と熊沢が殺された事件のカノンの名前を世襲したとかいうのも滑稽だわ。
Culprit X, yes. Someone else inherited Cannon's name. Yeah, that does sound a little flimsy, but I mean, it could have worked. I don't know.
カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本人のみ。
Okay, no one else can go by Cannon's name.
異なる人間が名乗ることはできない。
The person can't claim that as their name.
夏日の部屋のローザからマスターキーを借りたという推理もダメダメ。
Borrowing the master key from Rosa is right out.
ローザがマスターキーを管理して以降、それら全ては一度たりとも彼女の手を離れていない。
But Beatrice just let those fly. I mean, yeah, I guess she really did want to die. Could it be that Beatrice really is, like, being controlled by at least Lambda Delta? I don't know about Burn Costa. Maybe she was... I don't know, maybe she was brought into being she didn't want to be? But she's forced to go along with the stuff? I still won't trust Beatrice. Did that once, and we saw where that got us. But still, I wonder.
夏日の部屋を開錠した時にバトラに貸し出した際を除いてね。
Okay, yeah, she went to Battler to unlock Natsuki's room.
まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。 軽くも何もあんた第一と第二のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実軒並み否定しちゃったじゃない。
Seems to be enjoying the game at the beginning of the episodes. Or this episode. Yeah. 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 That's what I said. I still don't trust her, but it does make me wonder.
あらあら、なんてこと。
Poor Battler, being all confident and everything, and then just being denied across the board.
バトラがそれを聞いたらそっとしちゃうわね。
Yeah.
ね、ベアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないのよ。あの子やっぱりなかなかの役者だわ。
Or yeah, maybe she was just acting with all of that. I don't know. But why would she do that? I mean, it still makes Battler want to kill her.
きっと今回のゲームでは一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて、次のゲームあたりでバサーッと赤で一刀両断にしてバトラをびっくり仰天させる作戦でしょうよ。
Is it just to prolong the game? Question for the answer art. Yeah, it could be just to prolong the game. Try to destroy the newfound willpower that Battler got from Anja's death. Sort of blunt it with this act.
それできっとまた大笑いしながら言うんだわ。魔女はピンチになんかなりませんって。じゃああのベアとの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は全部演技なの？そうに決まってるじゃない。あいつ本当に大女優よね。全然追い詰められてなんかいないのに最終回顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。今年の助演女優賞はあいつに決定ね。ああ、もちろん主演は私だけど、ベルンでもいいわよ。私を殺してみたいなことを言って最後に大きな謎を出したわよ。それを解かれたらベアとは今度こそおしまいの背水の陣じゃないの？やだ、ベルンまで騙されてるの？あんなの背水の陣でもなんでもない。ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい奥の手を温存してるわ。最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？
Or just her right hand. Okay.
ああ、そういえばあれはそういう意味だったわけ。そういうわけ。あの子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。そして何も謎は解かれちゃいない。それをまるで全てカンパされて次回最終回みたいなテンションにしちゃうなんて。つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ。ああ、早くバトラをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ。あの子前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦ですっかり味を占めちゃったんじゃない？バトラきっとまたベアトに同情してコロッと引っかかるわよ。
That's the question. Is he sympathizing? He still wants to kill her.
女の涙は一粒で男を騙せるからね。実に安上がりでお得よね。
Economical. Why?
バトラまたその手に引っかかっちゃうかしら。二度と同情しないように私もバトラを焚きつけない。当分は演者のひき肉で焚きつけられそうだけどね。
Yeah.
演者味のハンバーグでパワーアップ。
Oh, good lord.
もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。ここからバトラと拮抗するくらいに盛り返せるようベアトを徹底的にサポートするもの。負けないわよベアトは。負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよってきっちり脅してるもん。あんたの罰ゲーム本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。ベルに次に罰ゲームをできるときはこうしようって決めてるのがあるの。聞きたい聞きたい。嫌よ。もう聞いてよ。あのねベルを素敵なお城に閉じ込めてあげるの。そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて一辺は 12km 高さは 10m あるの。魔法とズルは禁止。とても飛び越せないわよね。14億4000万リュウベイ。話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。そこをね毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルンを閉じ込めてその宝石で埋め殺すの。
Okay then.
素敵なロマンチックな罰ゲームでしょ。一辺を5倍にしていいから高さを10分の1にしてくれたら今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。ほんと？36億リュウベイになるわよ。罰ゲームが倍以上の期間になるわよ。そんなにも長い間虜になってくれるのね。ベルン大好き。愛してる。
She lowers the height. Yeah, 1 by 10. Wouldn't she be able to get over it then? Lambda Delta playfully approached Bernkastel, who yawned, looking bored, as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat.
ベルンはバトラの勝利にかけてて。
Wait, the original height? Can I go back that far? Height of 10 meters. Yeah, it would be 1 meter tall. I don't know if she could jump over that. I mean, she could probably at least climb out a lot easier. It's filled with 1 gem per day.
私は2人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。それで誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてないの？
No one's betting on Beato's victory.
かけないわよ。勝率ゼロだもん。
Chances of winning are 0, so even Bernkastel says that.
貴 跡の魔女に奇跡ゼロって言われるのも本当にお気の毒。私も書けないけどね。絶対。
Which of certainty can say she would never bet on Beato?
絶対の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのもお気の毒ね。
Unusually for them, they giggled together.
このゲーム、どういう決着に終わるかしら。
さすがにそれだけは読めないわ。だから楽しいわけだし。
もう逃げも中断も許さない。絶対にゲームを続けさせる。逃がさない。これからどんな風に展開していくのか想像もつかないけれど、絶対にありえない決着の仕方だけはわかるわ。
ベアトが勝って終わることだけはないわね。
だって私もベルンもどっちもベアとの勝利にかけてないんだもん。つまりベアとが勝ちそうになったら私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。
そういうことね。私たちの力が最も均衡するのは引き分けとバトラ有利の中間で均衡している場合のみ。ベアと有利に傾きすぎれば私たちは共に同じベクトルに団結してベアとを引きずり戻す。
つまりベアと優勢になった瞬間、私たち二人をまとめて敵に回すってことよ。ベルンと共闘楽しい。
Yeah, I know this was mentioned before, that Lambda Delta doesn't want Beatrice to win, and she'll stop her if she gets too far ahead.
ありがとう。でもコンペイトーのお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。
Oh, what now?
へえ、コンペイトーのシャワーを浴びながらとろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。
This is some weird stuff.
気の毒に。あの子は私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえてきた生きたおもちゃ、お人形だわ。
Huh? I was a living doll. Or a living toy, a doll you caught so you could play with me.
私、お人形遊びは上手なの。ほんと上手に遊べるのよ。飽きずに一つのおもちゃで何百年も遊べるのが自慢なの。
Maybe Beatrice really does want to die. Maybe she really is being... or tired of being played with. All.
ある時は味方し、ある時は敵対し、永遠にもてあそび続ける。かわいそうにね。あの子はもう私たちのお人形。
そういうことよ。あの子は私たちのお人形。私たち二人の望む末路しか用意されてない。つまり、私によって永遠に引き分けが繰り返されるか、ベルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかでしか終わらないと断言できる。ベアトが勝って終わるようなことは。
奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ。
なら私は絶対の魔女として宣言するわ。 ベアとは絶対に勝利できない。そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない。
What's so important about this that they have to say it multiple times? You certainly cannot win, and a miracle certainly will not occur. Well, that's concerning. Yeah, emotion on Burns' face, and that laugh. Oh my. That's a yikes. And I guess with that, we have finally finished the questions arcs entirely. That's unfacing this, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Maybe we should root for Beatrice. You heard what they said. A miracle won't occur. Take a look on the tips. Yeah, I'll do that then. The jam. Why are there so many good songs? Or, well, good music pieces. Now they absolutely blew this out of the water. Is officially half of Umineko. Took 10 months, probably about that long. 9, 10, somewhere around there. Although, as has been noted, we are going through faster now that I've stopped reading off the already voiced lines. So it shouldn't take that long to finish the Answers arcs. Probably, maybe, unless the Answers arc is longer. Also, I gotta say, I am enjoying this much more myself, not having to read so much. It wears on my voice. And also, it holds up the more dramatic moments when I have to read it. Yeah, I should have just done this from the beginning. I don't know why it took me so long to stop doing that. Yeah, sometimes I just, like, I start doing something and I just stay stubborn and refuse to not do the thing. Even though I know I probably shouldn't do the thing. Oh boy. But anyway, I love this. This is amazing. What's my thought of who is Beatrice? I have no idea. No idea. Like, the only thing that I could possibly think of is that Beatrice is somebody that Battler knew, but like she changed her name or something, and I don't know if he got turned into the witch. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Whoa! Oh, okay. Addition of new features, the Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. Find these new features on the title screen. The beginning. Complete the 4th hidden tea party. Ooh, fancy. Was the music box here before? Yeah, I think that was World End Dominator. Oh, what in the world? So those are the old sprites. Oh my. I gotta say, I'm glad I'm seeing this with the better sprites. I mean, hey, these are still probably better than anything I could draw, but I think it's better with the current sprites. Skip scary tunes. All tune shuffle. Play scary tunes only. Mirage coordinator. Oh my. Wait, where? Oh yeah, Golden Slaughter. I missed that one. Man, it's been forever since I heard this one. All of them by ZTS. That is some good stuff. And of course, the 4th episode, Dream End Discharger. Whee! Oh yeah. What were the songs? These are the epic ones? Yeah. Just jamming here in my seat. Anyway. Okay, the tips. Episode 4 tips. Alright, it just goes... Everybody here. That's right, I should try executing the people that I don't get to see. Okay. Delta, goals and eternal time. Yeah, everything normal there. Oh, I can't execute. Can I execute Battler? That is a good question. Right, there might be something special here, because it said about killing him. Missing. Went to hell embraced by the witch. But to the witch, that hell was the Golden Land. Huh. Can't execute burn costume. Can't execute Ange. Maria turns into Maria, Witch of Origins. Oh, Beatrice. Okay, that's that. He holds the fatherly magical power that is the source of endless evolution in the sea. However, that power is meaningless. No matter how many times you multiply something in the sea of 0, it will never be more than 0. However, when she was blessed by a miracle that gave birth to 1 in that sea, her world became endless. He was joined with a witch of origins through Mariage Sorcière. Their magical compendium gained an endless span, as well as endless power. Goldsmith. Execute. Sorrow. Oh. Rip. Yeah, that's normal. We saw that already. Gilia. Can't execute. Ronove. Can't execute. Gop. Can't execute. Esther Sisters. Can't execute. Oh, wait, what? Wait? What? Wait, what? Trumpet Blues will always remember you. What is this? Esther 556. A girl who's always teased by everybody, but that's because everyone loves her. Trumpet is her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tune. Oh? 556, a weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry which serves Pendragon. 556 was quiet and often teased. She was loved by everyone. However, her luck was always bad, and she met with a tragic end in battle against the Black Witch. Black Witch. She was a cutting-edge weapon, unique in the Sisters' Cavalry. Sisters' Cavalry? Isn't Cavalry? Which tended to serve as honor guards. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. Typo? Okay, that's what I thought. Huh. Yeah, if I try to execute the other ones... Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Neat. Are there any other achievements that I'm missing? Nope, I have all the achievements. That was the last one. Trumpet Blues. Oh, and I got Game Master level 1. Read episode 1 to 4. Huh. Okay, it's sort of funny. Let's see. Here we go. Trumpet Blues for finding the secret sister. Has 20.8% of players have this achievement. And then Game Master level 1, read episodes 1 to 4, 19.7% of players have this achievement. So 1.1% of people have not read through all the episodes, but have found the last Chester sister. At least according to Steam. Oops. That's right. Execute 1998 and... That's right, 1998 is this one. No, I can't execute her. What about Juza, or Amakusa Juza? No? I can't execute him? Okay. I can't execute Kasumi. Can't execute anyone. It has to do with unlocking episodes from... Yeah. Neat. With that has been Umineko Questions Are. the title screen for episode 5 before ending? Okay. I mean, I did check the game earlier, make sure I had everything installed. So I did see it, but I didn't really notice anything. 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. No, I was actually talking to mom. Yeah, talking to mom there. So I just brought up the screen here while I was talking. But yeah, we got Cliff. Okay, you want the description for episode 5? Welcome to Rockin' Jima. Begin new game, suspended game. Okay. Episode 5. End of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Please enjoy this new game by a new game master at your leisure. By a new game master. Blah, blah. However, the game has already reached a climax. The culprit has been cornered, and there's nothing left to do but await the final checkmate. But for that very reason, there must be something for you to spot looking down on it from afar. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly deceive you after all this time? Hmm. Hmm. What indeed? I look forward to this. How are they going to spice things up? What is Beatrice's deal? But it's the end of the Golden Witch. Is it really? Or is that just bait? Hmm. This time will be fun, yeah. And on episode 5 already. I mean, I could see it being something like, I don't know, for some reason, the Golden Witch is disposed of, whether by us or Lambda Delta or Burncastle. And we end up having to fight Lambda Delta and Burncastle. I don't know. Because, I mean, it does seem odd to keep doing this same routine for 8 episodes in a row. I mean, maybe I'm sure they could figure out a way to do it and keep it fresh, but I have a hard time imagining it. Next new character will be fun. Oh, been so long since you've seen most of the Answers arcs. Yeah. Funny little tidbit. So when I put the stream information in for, well, going live and everything, and I put in the category, the questions arc has a lot more followers than the answers arcs. So, I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess a lot of people maybe follow the category and then maybe they quit partway through or something. So then they don't watch the answers arcs. I mean, it makes sense, yeah. It's pretty long. I'm not worried about that. I just thought that it was interesting. I fully intend to finish this. I'm not gonna stop streaming this anytime soon. Gone for 9 or 10 months. I can do 9 or 10 more. If tomorrow will be more wo long. Because as I've said before, I am not planning to do any more Remnant 2 on stream because I think I've well, anybody that was interested in it is probably not interested in it anymore. I've just been seeing a lot less interaction and everything, and I think, well, and not many people watch it on YouTube either. So I figure I'll probably just play my Apocalypse playthrough off stream. That's just how it be sometimes. But yeah, I have not completed Wo Long. I think I have like is it 2 more chapters or whatever? I think it has like 7 chapters or something, and I'm 5 of them through. I'm through 5 of them. Words are hard. Yeah, it's either I'm through 5 of them or I'm on the 5th one. So whatever that is, I'm going through chapter 5 or 6 tomorrow, whatever. But yeah. And then Library of Runa on Friday, of course. I think I got through 5 already. I thought so. But also, I think chapters 6 and 7 are supposed to be longer than the previous ones, so. Hmm. Recent Project Moon news. Is good or bad? Or just updates. Lead translator Watson stepped down earlier today. Ooh. Oh my. That doesn't sound good. Doesn't that sound good at all? Did they get people to replace that? Oh, there's a statement he left. Okay. Mostly because of workload and mostly harassment. Oh? He wasn't getting harassed on Twitter, was he? Or whatever? Was it? Well, I mean, I thought people were friendly towards him on Twitter. Was it harassment by Project Moon? Oh yeah, I guess that announcement was from his Twitter or whatever. Posted on Discord. I would appreciate that because I don't know where to look for this. Harassed by fans. Okay, so it wasn't Project Moon. I was sort of thinking the worst there. Yeah, are these fans the same people that wanted Ishmael in a bathing suit? I have to wonder. I don't know why. Well, it could just be people that aren't satisfied with the translation. I mean, I've noted before that from what I could tell, or what I'd heard, he did have quite a lot to translate, mostly by himself, and they weren't very forthcoming with the stuff he had to translate. So that put a lot of pressure on him, from what I'd heard. See the link here. Document authors using the pages format. It's a pretty long letter. Yeah, this comment. An official statement intended to represent organizations. I'll have to read through that later. Seems like that's it according to the comments. Yeah. I see the comments here. Honestly, can't blame him for stepping down. From Watson, former editor of Linus Company's English translation team. Oh, somebody, I guess. Hey, who is this person? I don't know. Anyway, he's not stepping down from more recent illustrator controversies, leaving due to harassment from the fandom about translations. Yeah. Yeah, there's always people that'll misunderstand or put blame on the wrong person. The internet is a lovely place sometimes. The rest of the time, yeah. Thankfully, I have not had to deal with harassment or anything, but I imagine it'll come someday. Yeah, I'm getting L after L. Yeah, it really feels like they're falling apart slowly. That makes me sad because I love Lobotomy Corporation and I've been liking Library of Ruina so far. I said I'm not really happy about how Limbus turned out. I've said plenty about that already. But I love the storytelling and the world that they've created. And I want to see that continue to an ending. But I don't know if I'm going to see it at this rate. Really is a shame. Yeah. Uh. Do, 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 do. Well, I don't want to end on that note, so I'm a horrible person. Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today's stream. All right, links. The socials. There we go. Links to chat or links in chat to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. And you can always find them below the channel in the about section or under the about section in the social or under the socials banner. But yeah, thanks for being here. Episode 5 next week. Get hype. In the meantime, hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye bye.